take that pull. She comes back around, Alfred. All right, because Mr. Frank was the first puller, he has the option to come back. They're going to lighten up the sled a little bit. Alfred. Tyler taking that pull, coming back around. Making his way down the track, driving the John Deere 4560, Mr. Mikey Compton. Official distance of the class, Kentucky Compton, 283 feet, .03 inches. That was Mr. Ross Tabb driving the John Deere 4430 out of Lee Town. He was our winner last night at the 15.5 class. And the distance for Mr. Ross Tabb, 279 feet, 0.79 inches. Good enough for the number 2 spot. Getting ready to make his way up the track driving the Massey Ferguson 1155, Mr. Jimmy Compton. That looks like Jimmy's dad, Big Mike. This is 262 feet, 0.69 inches. Wrong gear, Jimmy. I don't know if y'all seen a couple weeks ago, but they took that tractor down to another county fair and won, laid like 20 feet on everybody. And Jason was bragging, Jimmy's brother Jason was bragging about it on Facebook. And Jimmy said, all right, bring it back home and hook it to the square bale. We got hay to make. way down the truck, driving the International 1066, Mr. Brett Christmas. Easy, Brett, easy. And the distance for Mr. Brent Christmas, 256 feet, 0.42 inches. Still got her leader, Mikey Duncan, at 283.03. Ross Tab in second place at 279.79, and Big Mike Duncan at 262.69. The track out of Martinsburg, driving the John Deere 6030, Mr. Clayton Coon. Distance, Mr. Coon, 245 feet, 0.25 inches. make his way down the track on the International 766, Mr. Kevin Banks. He is in a low gear. Let's give Mr. Mac, that's a small tractor to be in this class. He's really got the weights hung on that thing. Mr. Banks, 256 feet, 0.68 inches. Making his way down the track, driving the John Deere 4430, Mr. Hunter Ware. feet, 0.34 inches. Get ready to make his way out of track. Mr. Frank Archer, driving the Massey at 11:55. And the distance, Mr. Frank, 228 feet, 0.40 inches. Mr. Tyler clearing 230 feet, 0.16 inches. Making your winner of the class, Mikey Duncan at 283 feet. Second place, Rolls Tab, 279.79. And Jimmy Duncan, or Big Mike Duncan, in 262.69 in third. Atlantic, we're getting ready to bring out these smoker tractors. They're big horsepower tractors. I guess they wanted to make the track, they want to turn the track up a little more. So Mr. Rolls Tab is going to come out here, and this is purely just to get the track conditions right for these big smoker tractors. Mr. Ross Tabb, big round of applause. He was the winner last night of the 15.5 class. He laid like 57 feet on everybody. And he brought his track out here to help to work his track up. So these boys put on a good show for you. I'm going to take a little break, turn it over to Mr. Mike Baird. He's going to bring you the Land Pro Pool pad. They're going to work this track in, get things ready. I'll be back. Y'all have a good evening. I'm 50.
Hello, Jefferson County Fair 2026. Here we are. Friday night. Is everybody having a good time so far? Didn't hear you. That's all right. We'll get you stirred up here in a little while. Hey, we just want to thank you, Land Pro Pool, for being here tonight. We're going to put a good show on for you. It's been a good while since we've seen some really hot stuff come out here, and really glad that they're here. Going to put a really good show on for you guys. And I apologize if I'm a little rusty. I haven't done this in quite a while, so we're going to make the best of it. Do a little track preparation right now and get this done. Get this thing rolled in because these guys here make lots of horsepower. There's going to be a lot of noise, fast running stuff going up and down the track. So I hope y'all sit back and enjoy the show. It's going to be a good one. Be like Steve Harvey on Family Feud. We got a good one for you tonight. So that's what we're going to do. Yes, indeed. The weather's held out. It's been a good evening so far. It's been a good week, actually, at the fair. We've had a cool night last night. We had a little breeze, had a little rain, I think Wednesday, but that's okay. It didn't hurt nothing. The first class is going to be coming out tonight will be the Light Pro stock tractors. I think we got about 3 of them back here. And then they'll move right into the 6250 four-wheel drive trucks. Track looks pretty good tonight, I tell you. They've done a lot of prep work. While we got a couple minutes, I'd like to thank some of our sponsors for the Pro Pulling League. It's the 23rd season of the Pro Pulling League. Continues as the world's largest drug and tractor pulling sanctioned body. Features over 250 plus events across the United States. And the latest news, Pro Pulling. Stay tuned at ProPulling.com. You can follow them on social media as far as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Regional Fire Protection, that's another one. That's one of the sponsors here for Atlanta Pro Pulling. Regional Fire Protection has been leading in the life safety industry in Washington County, Maryland since 2017. Whether in the middle of the night or on the weekend, we're here to help you. All emergency service needs, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You got a peace of mind with the Regional Fire Protection. And we got another one here, Extreme Driver. Extreme Driver. Been established since 2009. The manufacturers of various models of post-driving equipment. Advancing in the market for the type of machinery is what we try to do and believe in. What all started as a simple idea to assist us within our family fencing business turned into a full-time driver production business. Appreciate everybody who uses Extreme Driver because I'll tell you, fences are well needed when you got a farm or cattle or any kind of animals that you want to keep fenced in. They can help you out with Extreme Drive. Helena, there's another one. Been committed to helping farmers achieve success since 1957. In the years to come, Helena will continue to be there with the people, products, and knowledge to help you increase the productivity for greater return. The way we see it, your success is the only measure of work that we do together. To find out how Helena can help you and exceed your production goals, contact your local Helena dealer or representatives. Might be some walking around the fairgrounds, you never know. fire extinguishers for the Atlantic Pro Pulling League. Safety equipment has been in business, AKE, since 1989. We are the only firefighter owned and operated and endorsed by Fire Safety Company and fire extinguisher manufacturer in the country. They understand the specific challenges involving safety in the work to tailor solutions to meet specific needs. And we do what we do because we believe in stop fires here. The greater purpose to help others by keeping them safe. We stand by our word and we're passionate about safe serving our public. Jordan! All right. Mighty shiny head you got there, mister. Yeah. Mack Trailer Manufacturing out of Alliance, Ohio. Respected as the nation's foremost manufacturer for golf, flatbed, transfer trailers, and pneumatic tanks. Mack Trailer provides ongoing solutions due to high-tech product innovation and advanced engineering capability. It's a nation leader, it's a national leader. Trailer manufacturer, Mack Trailer serves the industry with a trailer to meet the rigorous demands of your hauling requirements. You need a nice trailer, call Mack Trailer. Let Mack build you a trailer that you need with the level of quality that you deserve. Experts in excellence in Mack. For information, www.macktrailer.com. Now, I know a lot of you in the crowd who's actually not truck or tractor pullers, but a lot of you is into a lot of other motorsports, and I'm sure somewhere along the line that you've made an order from Summit Racing Equipment. Another one of the sponsors for Pro Pulling League. And all kinds of goodies there. ARP, K&N, Optima batteries, tools, equipment, plenty of parts for your hot rod trailer, towing needs. You need it, they got it. SummitRace.com, Optima batteries. That way your thing don't go whoop, whoop, whoop in the morning. It'll go ahead and start. You put a good battery in, boy, that thing will go. Optima batteries. Pure Flow Technology, direct fit replacement batteries for late model GM cars, trucks, as well as Jeep, Cadillac, Audi, BMW, Mercedes, WB. I'm thinking I'm in West Virginia, right? VW, that is. Anyway, Volvos and all kinds of hot rods. Ultimate batteries that get you fixed up. Hot Shot Secrets. Hey, you got a diesel, you got some sticky stuff going on. That's what you need in it for the Hot Shot Secrets. Diesel Stream is official fuel additive for the Pro Pulling Series, one of the strongest diesel injector cleaners on the market. And you can find it nationwide, all over the place. O'Reilly, AutoZone, Tractor Supply, Walmart, and others. Look at HotShotSecrets.com. ARP, there you go, you hot rod guys. You know what them ARP stuff is. Put the good bolts in it, it won't come apart. Also would like to mention, down here at the Pro Pulling Trailer, they got t-shirts for sale. You want a t-shirt, something that'll fit you? You want to sport the Atlantic Pro Pulling shirt around? All shapes and sizes, so they got them down here. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, made his way out of Shippensburg, Pennsylvania. On the Ford tractor that he calls Faster Yet. Right now, Faster Yet is leading the points in the Pro Pulling League by 2 points. Real good running machine. This thing's pretty hot, ladies and gentlemen. We got any Ford fans over there? Woo, I'm glad a couple of you woke up. Good Lord. Well, we get you stirred up here in a little bit. You know, the first puller out is the guinea pig of the class. If he does not like his pull, he can come back. He can turn it down and come back at the end of the class. They do have the option if you get it shut down before 150 feet. They can restart to get 2 attempts. Getting back into the sled. Getting the chain tight right now. Getting a little heat in it. Out of Shippensburg, Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen, right now, the first man down the track on the tractor that he calls faster yet is Mr. Mark Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, right there. We'll find out if he's going to keep this forward or if he's going to come back. I'll tell you what the good is. Now that's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Woo, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to just tell you right now, 353 feet, .24. At 33.6 mile an hour with the sled hook to it. That's faster than some of the people driving on Lee Town Road going to Charlestown. Right there. And it looks like he is going to keep that run. The first mark is 353.24. Laid down by Mr. Mark Smith on the faster yet tractor. The next man coming out on the tractor he calls the Red Hawk. He's out of Felton, Pennsylvania. Looks like a Case IH 220. He's got a real big mark out here to try to catch up with. Don't count him out until it's over, that's for sure. All right, he is backed in. Track prepped up there, so everybody's got an equal playing field. All right. He's getting the chain tight there. On the Red Hawk. Now the Fulton Pennsylvania. Right now he's looking for 353 and some change. Got his work cut out for him. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brad Peters. Oh, had a little trouble. Got down underneath the turbo a little bit there. He's bringing it up, ladies and gentlemen. Spooled up. I'm gonna tell you what, what, that's some tight running right here. 346 feet, .41, 33 mile an hour. I'm telling you, that's moving along pretty good right there. That's put him in the number 2 spot. Got a little smoke in the air. It almost looks like a rain cloud when you look up there. Ooh, I hope it stays away from that. Red Hawk right now is 4th in the points. But it doesn't look like we're going to have a points change here tonight yet. Faster yet, it was the first tractor out tonight. He's leading right now with 146 points in the series. And Red Hawk is about 86 points. So I don't think we're going to do much change there, but he had a really, really good run. We got one more left in the light pro stock tractors. Then we're going to move into the 6250 four-wheel drive trucks. And we got a pretty big lineup of them, ladies and gentlemen. All shapes and sizes, brands. We got them all out here. He's got a little fire in it. Making his way to the track. Looking for that number of 353 feet, .24 is the leading mark right now. On the New Holland that he calls Black and Blue. Making his way to the sled. He hails out of Shippensburg, Pennsylvania. Right now he's in 2nd in points, right behind Faster Yet by 2 points. So this could be a change in the points if he can get a little head here. But this is a tough battle here between these guys. Most of them are right on top of each other. He's got the green flag, ladies and gentlemen, out of Shippensburg, Pennsylvania, Mr. Shane Scott. This thing fired up tonight, boy. Woo! Oh my goodness, you talking about tight running. That's good enough for a 2nd place with the Black and Blue tractor. 350 feet, .0, 33.1 miles per hour. So right now it looks like the points will not change in that class at all. And that's all we got for the light pro stock tractor. Our next class is going to be coming out will be the 6250 trucks. Talking about a tight class, my goodness. There's a lot going on in that class, I can tell you. Right now, your points leader in that class Mr. George Hampshire. He'll be driving a truck called Gone AWOL. But I can tell you, there is a points battle going on here. There's actually 3 trucks that come out of their stable. Be Gone AWOL, split decision. And Mr. Troy Nails is in that same stable with him, and the truck he calls Killing Time. And I can tell you, George become the hired gun in that thing about 2 years ago, I'd say 2.5 years ago. And man, he has come alive. He's still got things to the top. That young man can drive that truck. Of course, he likes to thank a few of the people that's in that same stable. He'll be coming up, and I'll talk about him when he gets here. We're not going to overdo it yet. But the first man in the class is out of the same stable. The truck that he calls Killing Time. He's been around this sport for quite a while. He has a real good running machine. He had a little misfortune at Berryville. I think hit a hole up there and he got a little nervous. He didn't want to hurt the motor, so he just kind of eased out of it a little bit. Right now, he is 3rd in points. But I tell you, in this class, we got some Chevrolets. We got a couple Fords. We got some old Chevrolets, some newer Chevrolets. We got an international in the class. We got a lot out here. A lot. So I get to do my usual because I got a second or two here. And I always used to like to do this back in the day. I hope it still works. I'm going to try it. We got any Chevrolet fans over there? Jesus Christ, we y'all go get a cup of coffee. My God. Man, we got some good stuff happening and everybody over there is asleep. Woo. How about Ford fans? We got any of those over there? Man, you know that's making the Chevy guys look terrible. We try one more time. Chevrolet fans! Wow, there's like 8 of them now. We're getting better. All right, ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the sled in the truck that he calls Killing Time. The 1949 Chevrolet body, 650 cubic inches of a Sonny's Hemi under the hood. These trucks are naturally aspirated, no blowers, no lights, no turbos. They do run on alcohol. Troy has been the points champion 2009, 2010, and 2019. Second place last year in the Atlantic Pro Towing League. He hails out of Hedgesville, West Virginia. This is part of the A&M pulling team right here. This is the one I was talking about. George is beating up on all of them right now. Pat, Mama, on all of them. George said, y'all give me the wheel and I'm going to show you how it's done. But Troy's still beating on it. There again, the first man in the class, he does have the option to shut her down at 150 feet, or he has 2 attempts. If he doesn't like his pull, he can turn it down and come back at the end of the class. Underfoot. Help me out, baby. Help me out. Been a while. I'm a little rusty. Gotta hit this little left stick. Mr. Troy Nail. So that is the official mark to beat right there at 311.56. 311.56. And I got a real quick note here. I wish a buddy of mine a happy birthday, Mr. Eric Rover. He's down there. Woo! Yeah. I see the ground. That's one of the grass holes down there. Yeah. I always told him I'm going to remember that one day, and today it hit me all day. I had to do a little something there for him. Yes, indeed. So right now, 311 feet, 0.96. 311.96, 28.4 miles. Now, one thing about this class, we got it all also. We got men drivers. We got women drivers. Brand, sort, sizes. We got it all, I'm telling you. It's all here. It's all here for the taking. So right now, I just found out I have an officer down here who's going to write a ticket if you're over 33 miles. No, I'm kidding. I do want to give a big round of applause to Lieutenant Sell. He's retiring on us this year. He's been here, I think, 22 years. Damn, we're going to miss him. He's been a big part of trucker tractor pulling, the fair. Just an all-around good guy. I'll tell you one thing about the deputies from Jefferson County. They take a few notes from that guy, they'd be good ones. Because he has been a good one. He still knows what people are like. That's what we're missing nowadays. Making her way out of Inwood, West Virginia. And I think this is a 1954 Chevrolet. It does have a little bit of a different grille in it. I think 51 through 53 is about the same. The 54 did have a little bit of a different grille in it. She's running a 650 cubic inch Sunny Semi under the hood. In a truck that she calls Split Decision. Right now in the Split Decision truck, she is currently fourth in points at 362 points. Mr. Troy Dales is at 364 points, which is only 2. And George is out there at 376. But then we got another guy that'll be out here in a little bit. I'll tell you about him. Out of Inwood, West Virginia, ladies and gentlemen, this is Michelle Abshire. .79, 305.79, the exact same mile an hour, 28.4 miles per hour. Good enough to put her in the number 2 position right now. But that's not hard to count because we've only had 2 trucks run. So, hey, not bad for the new guy. I like it. Man, y'all starting to wake up now, ain't you? I guess it's the loud engine bringing them out of your beehive there. Folks around there can't hear no. Everything's good though. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next man making his way to the track. A little story for you. Hails out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. Driving a truck he calls the Black Sheep. He hails out of the Moeller family. He had a little misfortune in Missouri. Had a pretty devastating truck wreck on their way to a pole. And there's been a lot of questions floating around. So if you had any questions or just want to check the well-being of them, they will be in the pit area. So if you want to go down and talk to Caitlin or RJ just to check on them, see how they're doing, they will be in the pit area. And if you got anything that's on your mind, I'm sure they can let you know what they got going on. He calls the Black Sheep. This is an international body. Also running a 650 cubic inch Sonny's Hemi. Right now, the mark to beat is 311 feet, .96, 311.96. That's where they need to be. All right, looks like he's into the sled. Getting ready to get the chain tight. He's got the green flag. 298 feet, .27. 298.27 at 27.6 mile an hour. Good enough to move him into the number 3 spot. little track grip here in between for the next truck that's coming out. This is kind of the one I've been talking about. This truck is your points leader. It's going to make its way to the track next. The truck called Gone AWOL. Now I'm getting ready to show my age a little bit because I remember this truck years ago. Was owned by Gene Fanny. Pull a lot down in Eastern Shore area in Maryland, those places. They was on the NTPA circuit for a long time. Went through a few other hands. Thank you, thank you. All right. A little post there, that's kind of funny. Anyway, this truck years ago was owned by Gene Fanny. It went through other hands. Kevin Hampshire got it and kept it the same way. It's kind of unusual because if anybody knows Big Cheese, he's kind of like Henry Ford. You get it any color you want as long as it's black. Just about everything that Big Cheese has ever owned has been black, but he's kept this one green. Troy's out there right now kicking loose dirt up for George, so you can't get by him. I can see it in his eye. Or maybe it is dirt in his eye, I don't know. Anyway, in the truck he called Gone AWOL. He's making his way to the track right now. The Jeep M715 with a Sunday Henry. Got a little special thanks there to Pat Memo and Troy Man. He was the third place finisher in 2025 in this truck in the Pro Pulling League. And just all around a nice young man if you ever get back there and talk to him. Get full with him a little while. He'll grin at you a little bit. So he's a good dude. But this is your points leader in the class right now. With 376 points. Troy is 364. And Mamaw is 362. Running the Sonny's Hemi. 650 cubic inches. In the Gone AWOL, ladies and gentlemen, George Hampshire. This might be a little change in the points here. 307.15 at 27.3 mile an hour, which is good enough to move him into the number 2 spot. Into the number 2. Right now, Killing Time still out front with 311.96. George is in second, and Michelle at the split decision right now is in third. Right now, the A&M pool team is cleaning up the first, second, third right now. But we got, let's see, 6 more to go. So far we've had 3 Chevrolets out here, an international. So finally, if we have any of them left, there's one getting ready to make his way to the track. Ford Fancy goodness. Yeah, you always got a handful of Ford guys. I'm going to tell my age a little bit. I graduated Jefferson High School in 1983. Anyway, this truck has been around, and Glenn has been pulling this truck, I would say from about 1982. He used to work in Shenandoah Junction. He used to come by the high school. He was outside. This truck used to be green with a white top. Drove it on the street. And he used to have a cow horn on it. And he'd always, if he'd see you outside the school, he would always give it the old brrr, way back in the day. But he's pulled this truck for many, many years, and it's always been called the White Horse. Now, he's got a little more unusual combination under the hood. He's still running a wedge motor. He does not have a Sonny's Hemi in this, which is actually a little underpowered for the class, but he still gives them a fight. And if you bet anybody who's a Ford guy, he is definitely a diehard Ford guy. He still runs that thing on the front, which, of course, I'm a diehard GM guy. But anyway, little boys wear bow ties. But I don't know what he means by that. But anyway, Ford fans, let's do it in the White Horse. Ladies and gentlemen, 296 feet, 0.35, 296 feet, 0.35, 27.3 miles per hour. Right now, that puts him in the number 5 position. All right. Good shape. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. So we got another story for you. The next man coming out, and I just told you I graduated in 1983. He graduated in 1981. Years ago, he used to work at the Napa store at Charlestown. Left there, and he's been at William A. Hayden ever since. In 1981, this truck had a 327 in it. Had a set of white spoke wheels with some grip spurs from Southern States. It was green with some primer bed sides. I can remember it like it was yesterday. This is the only truck he has ever pulled. Well, I take that back. He had a brown Ford that he pulled 1 year. That thing had to get. He's out of Harper, West Virginia. So all these years, since probably about 1981, he has pulled this truck, this very truck, the same truck, same color green as it was in high school. Same, got shirt, hat, truck he pulls the wheel, everything's green. I guess it's like money. Got plenty of green. Yeah, pull that truck and then drive it to work the next day. He's still running a wedge motor in this truck. But since about 1981, he has been pulling this same truck. And I don't know that he might have missed maybe one fair. One year he did not pull it in the fair, building his house. The truck he calls the Mountain Mule, ladies and gentlemen, out of Harvest Ferry, West Virginia. Got the chain tight right now. He's looking. We got the green flag, ladies and gentlemen, in the Mountain Mule, Mr. Dennis Groves. All right, had a little rough start there. He got her shut down. I think that he'll go ahead and have his second attempt. He did try to get her shut down. Sometimes that happens. But he does have a second attempt. Right now, the mark he's looking for is 311 feet, 0.96. Not only has he pulled this truck for a long time, he's an all-around good guy. His brother said he's all right, but he's a pretty good dude. Chevrolet fans, you still out there? We're starting to warm up, baby. We're starting to warm up. Mr. Dennis Groves, ladies and gentlemen, 285 feet, 0.04. 285.04 at 25.3 miles per hour. Of course, that thing is way under cubic inches compared to these other guys. But I will say that everything on that truck has not been bought for their good good. We've got to drive it down the mountain. Everything that's been welded, fabricated, put together, it's been done right there. Virginia. It's a machine that he calls the Outlaw 2.0. I know he has been in this pulling game for a long time. I really can't tell you how many years. I know this gentleman has pulled for a long, long time. And he's had numerous vehicles, and they've all been very nice. I've even seen him run a few Fords through the time. Yeah. .96 is the mark. Second place right now is still George F. with 307.15, and in the number 3 spot is the split decision truck, 305.79. All right. Looks like we're having a little malfunction here with the roller. We got the meeting of the minds there. We're trying to figure out whether the fuel gauge is working or not. Maybe. The old joke back in the day was, jiggle a wide to start. Yeah, we'll pop the clutch into here a little later. Get her to roll down the hill. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to put a little plug out here. Mr. Robert Drawbridge, he's, I don't know if you know this or not, but he is live on YouTube. He's videoing this pool, and it is live on YouTube. And he does a heck of a job, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you followed him at all, but it's Robert Drawbridge. He does a heck of a job. He's right down there underneath that pretty blue umbrella. I don't think he's going to be flying around like Mary Poppins or nothing, but he does a heck of a job down there. So if you really can't see too good, find him on YouTube. And he is live right now. I actually went home from the fair last night, got me a cup of coffee, fired my phone up, and I finished watching the lawn and garden tractor pull about midnight last night. And he is diehard because he does follow a lot of the truck tractor pulls, pedal pulls, lawn tractor. This guy's, he's nationwide, so you got to watch him. Got a lot of followers. Just a good guy. Talked to him today. I tell you what, he does a great job. Robert Drawbridge, right there. Gentlemen, we got the track prepped up, ready to go. Out of Stanley, Virginia, in the Outlaw 2.0, ladies and gentlemen. Got the green flag, Mr. Chad Lamb. Well, I can tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen. That is not what you want to hear. And there is some fluid running out from underneath. I'm not so sure he didn't kick a rod out there. But when you hear that kind of noise and it shuts off like that, that's usually not a good sign. So we're probably going to need a tow tractor. That is a tough break for Chad. He had a good run going, and that thing, about 250 feet, that thing started to let go, as you can hear. Of course, he is running the wedge motor around it. He's not running the Sonny's Hemi. But knowing Chad, he's probably got one at home laying on the floor, so I wouldn't doubt that one bit. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Tough break for Mr. Chad Lamb. That's one of them that that's gonna get you a checkbook come tomorrow morning. We appreciate him being here, and that was a tough break for him. 294 feet, .02, 294 feet at 27.5 mile an hour. So he had a pretty good run going. But sometimes you'll have this happen. That's part of the game. gentlemen. Right now we got 3 more left in the class. 3 more. And we got some heavy hitters coming up. Very heavy hitters. Got the wool off the track. Mixed that right in with the dirt. Looking good. Getting it rolled in. Little break here in the action. Everybody had a good week at the fair this week. Anybody tore up them ice cream sandwiches? Man, I know I have. Woo! I have to go back to work so I can go on diet. That between the fried Oreos and the pizza and that 2.5 pound baked potato I had down there at the fire hall, my God. Shoot! I had to get another hole in my belt. Ladies and gentlemen, our next man coming out, he's driving a truck he calls Cash Only. He's the mayor of Berryville, Virginia. This guy has been through the ranks. He has pulled stock trucks. He moved into the 6,500 or 6,400 pound class. Run that for a few years. Decided he was going to step up. Down this truck, the whole program. This truck used to be on the NCPA circuit way back in the day. The truck was owned by the Ziegler family. Linda Ziegler used to drive it. It's called the Iron Butterfly. Way back in the day. Anyway, he had this cat called the Hauler and the Haul Shaft. Just showing off. Come out and had a wedge motor in it last year. I said, man, that ain't gonna cut it. Man, he's done put a Sunday semi in this thing, but change gears, change tires. I can tell you, right now, he's 5th in the points running. And I'm not so sure if he wasn't in the 2nd place position, Berryville, at the last pool. I might be wrong, I'm not sure. Anyway, out of Berryville, Virginia, ladies and gentlemen, the football catch holding, Mr. Brad Broy. I'm going to tell you, he had a real good run. So I will say right now, he had more mile an hour than anybody's been out here tonight. 28.7. And right now, Chevrolet fans, we have a new leader. 312 feet, .56. 312 feet, .96, and that is the mark to beat. He just inched by Mr. Troy Nails by about a half a foot. That moves Troy Nails into killing time down to number 2 spot. George is 3rd now, and that moves Michelle in the split decision down to number 4. 312 feet, .56, and 28.7 miles per hour. That was a pretty good run, ladies and gentlemen. And then there was 2. But don't count the last 2 out, ladies and gentlemen, because they are some bad machines. his way to the track, ladies and gentlemen. I said that Brad Roy was the mayor of Berryville. This is the mayor of Pine Grove, Virginia, right outside of Berryville. He's the owner and operator of Wayne's Automotive. Driving a S10 body with a sunny 650 Hemi. 2025 Atlantic Pro Pulling Champion. There's been a lot of people in the seat of this truck. His grandson drove this truck for a while, and I'm going to tell you what, he was given lessons. Drive duty. Little Wayne's out there on the track. Gets popped straight around. On the Tasmanian Terror, number 2. A lot of you used to be around back in the day when the interstate days were around and we pulled up on the old track. He had about a 68 Chevrolet body truck that's called the Tasmanian Terror with a blown 427 or something in it. And he was a terror back then, and he's still a terror now. And he does have a little sweet tooth for a peanut butter pie if you ever have one laying around. I can tell you that right now. Right now, he's looking for 312 feet, 0.56. That is the mark now. Lays down by Mr. Brad Roy in the cash on the truck. He's getting the chain tight. Oh, no, he's not. He's still lining this thing up. One thing about it, you can put that thing wherever you want it. So whoever lines you up, they can move the set side to side, wherever they feel good. You see them out there earlier, they had their stakes out, checking the track, finding the sweet spot for where they like it. That 312.56 is a pretty big mark to be here. You can't count them out, like I said, and then there was 2. In the Tasmanian Terror, out of Pine Grove, Virginia. Looking for 312, Mr. Wayne Tapscott. Goodness, ladies and gentlemen, you ain't gonna believe it. Mr. Wayne Tapscott just went 311 feet, 0.96, which is the exact same distance as Mr. Troy Hales at 311.96 at 29.5 miles an hour. 311.96. That is so hard to believe that we got 2 trucks at the exact same distance. That is amazing. I don't know that I've ever seen that. But that does put them in the number 2 position. So I'm not sure how they would do that unless they go by mile an hour or something. I don't know. But anyway, both trucks are 311.96. 29.5 miles per hour. And then there was 1. So I talked to this gentleman earlier this evening. He's kind of a newcomer in the class. I think this is actually his first year in this truck. It's a truck they call 58. I would really love to know what that is. I didn't get that far with him earlier. Okay. All right, so I just got the info. He was an ex-sprint car racer. That was the number one car, was number 58. So now he's a pro pulling league, 6,250-pound class four-wheel drive driver. And I can tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, this guy's upsetting some of these old guys because this guy showed up. And it ain't no joke. He showed off. This thing is bad. Right now, the mark to beat, though, is 312.56. 312.56. Making his way to the sled. And this is a little unusual combination. Some of the guys in this class run this, but I think this is the only one tonight. He is running an automatic transmission with his combination in this truck. He is not running a sliver clutch. Some of the Kramer guys run automatic transmission, but he is running a 650 Hemi from Sonny's in it, and it does have an automatic transmission in it. He's got the green flag, ladies and gentlemen. What a good run, ladies and gentlemen. Well, what do you think, ladies and gentlemen? You think he took the number one spot? Damn if y'all ain't paying attention because he just moved into the number one position. 324 feet, .40 at 30.4 miles per hour. I don't know where he got his combination at, but this cat's got it going on right here. So that is going to be the winner of the class. I'll check these numbers real quick and I'll give you a rundown. But I'm pretty sure Mr. Aaron Long out of East Berlin, Pennsylvania, looks like he's going to be the number one guy. 324 feet, .4. Number two goes to Mr. Brad Roy into cash only at 312.56. All right, so what we have found out. Nails in the killing time, and Mr. Wayne Tapp's got the Tasmanian Terror with the third, fourth, because they do have a tie at 311.96. The number 5 spot is 307.15 with the Gone AWOL with Mr. George Hampshire. Sixth place goes to the split decision, Michelle Hampshire, number 7. Probably goes to RJ Moore in the black sheet. But that will be it for our 6250s. Now we're going to get into something a little different. Did you all enjoy the trucks, ladies and gentlemen? make a little noise. Put on a show for you. Glad everybody could come out tonight. Looks like the bleachers are starting to fill up a little more, which looks good from here. I like seeing them seats filled. What we're getting ready to get into right now is the 466 cubic inch hot farm class. And you talk about a tough class. Some of the class sponsors right now: Willard Ag Services, the Godwin Group, Mid-Atlantic Seeds, York, Pennsylvania, Chesapeake Ag, Moxley Zinc, and Lard Logs. Special thanks to the Cable Farm family for sponsoring our class tonight. The Cable boys, I'll tell you what, they'll put it out there for you. They got two nice tractors sitting back here too. Them guys, they know what's going on. They're a little new to the game, been out about 3 years now. They ain't scared. But we got a bunch of them. We got a bunch of them. We're getting this thing prepped up. Get the track ready for these guys to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, making his way out of Carneysville, West Virginia. These guys do a lot of farming. They do a lot for the fun here in Atlantic. He's on a tractor he calls After Hours. Matter of fact, they had a little misfortune with it. Broke a head on this thing a while back. It's been down for a little bit. This tractor actually got running yesterday. Put the injectors in it, had a fuel line act up. They had to make another fuel line for it. But this thing is fresh. It was just finished yesterday, making its way back out. Tyree was going to go out on the big circuit for a little while, changed his mind, said, I like staying here. Making his way out of Carneysville, West Virginia, ladies and gentlemen, on the After Hours. 466 hot farm, 66 Series International, Mr. Tyree Cable. Fans over there. Yeah, now we're getting them fired up. He does have the option. He's going to take it. He is going to take the pull. 316 feet, .94, 316.94 at 29.7 miles an hour. That is the mark set. If you was here last night in the Fun Farm class, the gentleman coming out making his way to the track out of Carneysville, West Virginia. He's on a 1066 International. He run at the Fun Farm last night. They actually took it home last night, worked on it today, put a lot of the safety equipment on it that's required for the hot farm, and brought it back out tonight to run again. Something he calls the Moonlight Harvester. Actually, he had a real good run. I think he won last night. I'm pretty sure he won last night in the Fun Farm class. But he's done stepped the game up a little bit tonight. So we'll see what he's got tonight. Cubic inch limit in this class is 466 cubic inches. Single turbo. I think it has a 3.2 inlet and a 3-inch exhaust. I think that's correct. I'm not positive, but I do think that's correct. If not, that was a good guess. I would say these things are making right around 80 to 100 pounds of boost. Do run an ice box to help cool the fuel. Really good class to watch and very competitive class. Most of these guys are within a feet, 1 foot, 2 foot of each other the whole class. It's been like that the whole year. Making his way out of Currysville, West Virginia. On the Moonlight Harvester, 1066 International, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jake Reiner. Feet, 0.99 at 26.4 miles per hour. Not a bad run to step up into the class from fun farm to hot farm in one day. Ladies and gentlemen, making his way out of, this cat is way out. Let me start out by saying, we got any John Deere fans out there? All right, I'm telling you, we're getting better. The night is getting better. My man coming out is on a tractor he's called Well Armed. He hails out of California, Maryland. I didn't want to think he drove that far today, but yeah, he's out of California, Maryland. He's got 2 tractors in this class. He had his other tractor a couple weeks ago at Lebanon and won. He only brought 1 tractor, so now he's got 2. Right now he's 6th in points. On the tractor he calls Well Armed out of California, Maryland, ladies and gentlemen. Looking for 316 feet, .94 is the mark. He's getting ready to get the green flag. He's got the chain tight. On the well-armed John Deere, Mr. Ray North. That's good enough to move him into number 2 spot. If you are a Ford tractor fan, here's one for you. On a Ford 9000, makes his way out of Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. On a machine he calls Road Gear Road Crop. Just got a little information. This thing just got a heart transplant. This is another one that probably just started the last night or two. Been off the circuit for a little while. Just got it back together. Everything seems to be brand new and shiny under the hood. On the Ford 9000. Right now, I think he's 7th in points. Mr. Nelson Hardy. Looking for 316.94. Built the boost up. Get ready to let the clutch out, ladies and gentlemen. Here he comes on the Road Gear Road. Yeah, well, I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I know this ain't just had a heart transplant, but something was not communicating with something else. And it sounded like he had dropped the cylinder about 120, 130 feet. Not sure what he's got going on, but it does look like it has a little bit of something coming out the bottom side, and that is a tough break. He just got this thing back together, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to need a tow vehicle. Yeah, we're going to need a tow vehicle. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Nelson. He had a tough break here. Looked like he had a good run started. .262 feet, 262.12 at 26.6 mile an hour. So his mile an hour was down. So that thing just did not come up where it needed to be, and it was a tough break. Tara's got her kitty litter. A lot of cat duty out there right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we got the tow-off vehicle. We got a little cleanup here to do. Might give you a second or two to run up there and get you something to eat or drink real quick. Got a little oil in the track. Put a little stay dry down there, a little kitty litter. Same thing you do with the litter box at the house. That'll absorb it. Them shoes ain't gonna be no good on the carpet tonight, though, I can tell you that. Anyway, oh yeah, we'll do a little quick cleanup here, get the track rolled back in, we'll get right back to the action. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, making his way out of Union Bridge, Maryland, on a tractor that he calls Weapon X. Was in Berryville last week. They had a farm class up there, and you got to see this fella's dad. He pulled in that class, so they got it pretty bad. Of course, this family has been around pulling for many, many, many years. Right now, it looks like the mark to beat is 316 feet, .94, still laid down by Tyree Cable on the after hours tractor. In the number 2 spot right now, looks like Ray Norris on the well arm. John Deere fans, you still out there? All right, all right. Out of Union Bridge, Maryland on the Weapon X, Mr. Luke Gladhill. Ladies and gentlemen, at 30.4 miles per hour, do you think we got a new leader? Absolutely we do. 324 feet, .69. 324 feet, .69. That's Maryland a little bit. Continue the number 1 spot at Louis Tyree Cable down into number 2. Right down in the number 2 spot. getting ready to make his way to the track, ladies and gentlemen. Something they call the Jolly Green Giant. And I am pretty sure I'm right, but this is the second appearance with this tractor. The first time he has been on this tractor, am I correct? This tractor is out of Boonesboro, Maryland. Maryland. The first appearance of this tractor, it had a hired gun on it. It was at Berkeley County Fair. Come right out of the Moore Stables of Boonesboro, brand spanking new. And the first night out, Davey put this thing in the winter circle. So this is a pretty bad machine right here, ladies and gentlemen. The driver tonight is Mr. Mark Wilhite. He also hails out of Boonesboro. Must be neighbors. Oh, okay. Throw that in here in a minute. Real good running machine. Actually, I got to see this thing partially built one day. And it really looks nice without the sheet metal on it, but it really looks nice with the sheet metal on it. Right now, he's got 40 points with it. That's not what out of Boonesboro, ladies and gentlemen, on the Jolly Green Giant, Mr. Mark Wilhite. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have a new leader? Yes, we do. 329 feet even. 329. Woo. Man, these green guys are stretching it out here this evening. Wow. But there is some red left in the pit area. But that 329 is going to be a tough one, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, that looks Mark Wilhite in the number 1 spot. Looks like Luke Gladhill is number 2. And in the number 3 looks like Tyree Cable right now. We've seen him earlier. He was on another tractor. It was called Well Armed. This was the winner in Lebanon, Pennsylvania a couple weeks ago. What a tractor he calls Packing Heat. Packing Heat. There again, ladies and gentlemen, I told you, he came from California, Maryland. And this is a real good running tractor also, ladies and gentlemen. And it is green. Green fans, where you at? John Deere fans, seriously, that was his week. I'm telling you, that was all just terrible. But that's okay. I'll hear you here in a few minutes once he makes his run. 329, 30.6 mile an hour is the number one spot right now. I know this is another one to come out of the Moore stables. Moore Motorsports has a lot to do with this class, so we appreciate everything they do. He's got the green flag out of California, Maryland, back in heat. Mr. Ray Norris. Well, you know, they always say that you got a path and you open the gate, the cows will come through. Well, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we got a new leader. 340 feet, .38. 340 feet, .38. 330, okay. I can put my glasses on here. 330 feet. 330 feet. Copy that. 330 feet, .38. Which that moves him into the number one spot by about 1.38 feet. And then there was one in the points chase. Actually, packing heat is number 2 in the points standing. And he just went farther than Luke Glad here. So that may, it's not going to make a points change, but that's going to bring his points up some. Right now, Luke's still leading in points with 512 points. Got a chance to ride with this fella there a couple of weeks. We went to Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Mark's been around the pulling game for quite a while. Brother to Tyree. Back in the day, they had a 1466. They run all the county fairs and the stock classes. Funny, these guys are green by farming, but they're red by pulling. So they're not brand loyal, I guess you could say, but I always say the International was the Chevrolet of tractors, so I don't know, I'm just kidding. Anyway, Mark and Tyree, they used to pull a 1466 back in the day, and then Mark got into truck pulling for a while, had a Ford, then he had a GMC. Got out of the game for a while, then Mark got into drag racing a little bit. 66 series tractor, 66 that he calls the back 40 binder. 2 weeks ago, he runs second in Lebanon. Right now, he's about 8th in points, but he missed a few pulls. 330 feet points over to ladies and gentlemen. 23 feet, .58. 323, is that correct? I see her looking. Maybe. Yay, thumbs up means we're good. 320 feet, .58. At 30.2 mile an hour, that's probably good enough to move him into the number 4 spot. I'll just get on right at the moment. I'm going to do a little rundown here. There's a lot of scratch marks on my paper here, but I don't know. All right, we're going to give you a rundown. Ladies and gentlemen, though, we do have a little bonus. We have 3 other tractors that showed up to run in this class. They're just exhibition runs. They're not into the Hot Farm 466 Hot Farm class. But I actually think these guys run a class, not mistaken, like a 77 Light Limited. I'm not sure. I think that's what they run. I got a couple guys from Love'sville and Riva, Virginia, come down to put on the show for us tonight, which we've had a real good group of tractors here. And I hope everybody's enjoying the Atlantic Pro Pulling tonight, because they have put on a pretty good show for us. But we have 3 left. They're exhibition runs. Right now, in the number 1 spot, looks like Mr. Ray Norris at 330 feet, .38. Number 2 goes to the Jolly Green Giant, Mr. Mark Wilhide at 329 even. Number 3, Mr. Luke Gladhill at 324.69. In the 4th place goes to Mark Cable in the back 40 binder, 323 feet, .58. Making his way to the sled right now out of Love'sville, Virginia. It's a tractor he calls Seeing Red. Ladies and gentlemen, out of Love'sville, Virginia, on the Seeing Red, looks like Mr. Ryan Luckman. .63, 309.60 at 27.6 mile an hour. For Mr. Ryan Luckman on the Seeing Red. These guys do run another class in some other organizations, and that is a 77 Light Limited. So these guys are limited to 7,700 pounds. So they are a little underweight compared to what we just seen. Not sure about the engine combination. I think it's pretty close, maybe. They may be able to run like maybe a different head combination or something, but some of it, a lot of it's pretty close. Making its way, ladies and gentlemen, is a little bit of a story here. Out of Reva, Virginia. It's a tractor that he calls Second Chance. Mr. Rusty Tanner drives this tractor. And the good Lord just about took him away from him. He had some major, major heart issues. Made his way back. And that's why the tractor is called Second Chance. Big man upstairs giving him a second chance. And now he's doing what he wants to do. But out of Reva, Virginia, ladies and gentlemen, it's a good running machine. So I just learned for Extreme Driver, the post drivers that I was telling you, one of our major sponsors here earlier tonight, he is the owner of that company. But on the tractor he calls Second Chance. Mr. Rusty Tanner. Look at the 309.63. Ladies and gentlemen, he has run 28.9 miles per hour, and he is your new leader in those three tractors that will be running today at 312 feet, .28. 312 feet, .28. Of course, these three guys are exhibition, but they do run together in another circuit, and that's where he's at. He will make your new leader between these three guys. Ladies and gentlemen, out of Lovettsville, Virginia, backing into the sled on the machine he calls the Hokey Harvester. This tractor has been around for quite a while. Out of the three exhibition guys, he's looking for 312.28. 312.28. Really glad they come down tonight to help put our show on here. That's an added bonus for you guys, I tell you. There's a lot of time and money put into these machines, and we're just glad they could come out and play with us a little bit here tonight. Out of the group of three, the 77 Light Limited is right here, ladies and gentlemen. He's looking for 312.28. Out of Lovettsville, Virginia, on the Hokey Harvester, ladies and gentlemen, it's Will Luckman. 1.63 at 29.5 miles per hour. And that is going to wrap up our 466 hot farm class, ladies and gentlemen. And Atlantic Pro Pulling has one more class for you tonight. We got 5 trucks in the class. This is a 3.6 limited street diesel. These guys are pretty tough, I can tell you. Pretty stiff competition between all these guys. Right now, in this class, it actually will be the first man coming out tonight. Dodge. We're getting a little track prep here, and I tell you, this is a really good class. But there is 5. So I'll give you a little lowdown on this one. First man making his way out. The truck belongs to Mr. Alan Casey. Charlestown, West Virginia. Alan's in high school. Right now he's leading point. Last week, he splintered this truck all to pieces. Broke the ring and pinion in the front rear, ring and pinion in the rear. Plugged the rear drive shaft out of it, and also broke the transfer case in it. That was a week ago. It's back together. So I did mention that Alan is in high school. Alan plays football in high school. I'm not sure, but I think Alan is a senior. But he is leading points in this truck. Well, he told me, he said, I got a ball game on Friday night. And he said, you know, the ball game will probably be over in time enough to make the pull. I said, the ball game. He said, once the game's over, we got a 3-hour ride. So the driving duty has been turned over to a guy you just seen in the truck class earlier. So Alan's truck's got a hired gun in it tonight. Of course, while we're prepping here, we got to take a little weight out of the boxes. These things is a little bit different than the tractor. But as I was saying, playing football, I don't even know who he's playing tonight. He does play for Washington High School. His truck's leading point. Got a hired gun in it tonight, so we're going to see how it does. And actually, both ends was put back together. So everything in this truck underneath of it is brand new. But we're still getting prepped here, so It might be another second or two. Just bear with it. And I think he's getting ready to make his way to the track. So actually driving tonight, as I was laughing earlier, is the mayor of Berryville. It was in the cash-only Chevrolet earlier. Mr. Brad Roy is going to be taking over the driving duties tonight. He is the hired gun for Mr. Alan Casey while he's playing football. I've seen Brad drive a lot of things, but I don't know that I've ever seen him drive a diesel truck, other than maybe a stock work truck. So we're going to see what Brad's made of, see if he can make Alan shine here. Looks like Wayne's got him straight there. Then calmed his nerves, talked to him a little bit. Check the fuel gauge, make sure I have plenty of diesel in it. Right. So I don't know if he won or lost his ball game tonight, but in the Alan Casey machine tonight, we got the hired gun out of Berryville, Virginia. Well, I bet the nerves down there's running through the seat. They're trying to shake it off right now. I said, man, I ain't used to this. I got to build boost. I got to do what? You guys a gas truck, all you got to do is get the chain tight, get the thing out there a little bit, and bend it over. So we're in a new ball game here. Mr. Brad Roy from Berryville, Virginia. Find out whether he's going to take that or not. He just laid a mark down at 295.03, and he'll make the decision whether he's going to keep it or not. He's going to turn that down, ladies and gentlemen. He says, I think I can run this thing a little better. He said, I done got a little seat time in it now. He said, I know what to expect. So he's going to go back there. He's got a little heat in the motor now. Done got the gears warm in it. That might be a good move for him. So he had 295 feet, 0.03, and turned it down. So we'll see. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it doesn't. This thing underway. Got the track prep going on here. Ladies and gentlemen, is everybody ever having a good time tonight? That's a little better. I'm gonna work on y'all for a little bit. Getting ready to stay right here. We got any Ford fans over in the stands? Yeah, no, like I said, I'm going to keep beating on y'all a little bit. We got a man coming out right now from Verona, Virginia. From the Oil Burner Pulling Team. The machine he calls Crazy Talk. But I'm sure he's running a Cummins in it. I think everybody in this class runs a Cummins. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Ford that he calls Crazy Talk, running a Cummins engine. Right now, it looks like he's probably fourth in points. Working to see if he can change that maybe tonight. I have seen him make a couple wins with this truck. Out of Verona, Virginia, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jason Lambert. What do you think of that, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, indeed. 329 feet at 27.8 miles per hour. That's going to be a tough one right there. Woo, 329 feet. Boy, that stretched it out there. Look. Especially since our first man come down to, good thing he turned it down at 295. I'm sure right now he's back here contemplating, do I need to make a gear change on my next room? Which I'm thinking he's probably going to put it in a different. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Albertville, Virginia. In a truck that he calls Class Act. He's looking for 329 feet. That's the mark to beat right now. From Berryville, Virginia. Driving to the Sheeny Gold's Class Act. Right now he's running third in points. This thing runs really good. Mr. Justin Schreiber. He had a really good run going to about 200 feet. It sounded like he dropped a cylinder. I don't know if he had a checker problem or something happened. He got to run at about 200 feet. Lucky enough, he drove it out to 315.30. 315, is that 80? 30, okay. 315.30. 28.1 mile an hour. So he had some mile an hour until whatever happened. He had a real good run. That's good enough to move him into the number 2 spot. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, the next man coming out, he is from Strasburg, Virginia. And this is a very nice looking Dodge truck. And actually I had a guy in Berryville when he pulled last week. I was like, man, this thing is really pretty for a pull truck. He said, you know, believe it or not, he plows snow with this truck. You got me. Joey Sabell. Ladies and gentlemen, do you think we got a new leader? Yes, we do. 349 feet, .09. 349.09 at 29.4 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, he stretched that dude out. Here we go. That's going to be a tough mark to beat right there. Yeah, that was no joke. But yeah, they said, yeah, he plowed snow that thing in the wintertime. And I'm like, are you serious? What a beautiful truck. guy. Where are you at? I need a microphone, bud. This thing is on red and red and dead. Woo. I'm almost complete for the evening. My man Sale has got it. Check, check. Hey, there we go. Green is good. Green is good, ladies and gentlemen. Green is good. Woo. I must have talked too much. That thing turned red on me. I got scared. Anyway, 349 feet, .09 for Mr. Joyce Savell, and that is the #1 spot right now. And I'm going to tell you it's going to be tough. Out of Winchester, Virginia, making his way to the sled right lane, ladies and gentlemen. In the truck he calls the Sickness. He's getting the chain tight right now. There it is. Checking the track. Make sure he's good down at the other end. In the Commons, Mr. Lee Archer. And he's looking for 349 feet, .09. So far, that's probably good enough to put him in the #3 spot. 326.32. 27.3 miles an hour. That moves Mr. Archer right there into the #3 spot. I'm telling you, Joey Savell laid that number down to 349.09. And then there was one. Turned his first pull down, going back, try to find another gear to be the last man in the class. His first pull was 295.03. Turned it down, which probably was a good thing. The mark to beat is 349.09. 20,000-pound farm tractor class. 20,000-pound farm tractor class. Get them lined up, gentlemen. We're going to move right along here. Move right along. 20,000-pound farm tractors. Make your way. Yeah, looks like there's one so far. Yeah, here we go. There's another one. We got the dual-wheel articulating machines making their way. There's only 3 in the class, but we're going to make our way. There again, we'd like to thank the Pro Point League, Regional Fire Protection, Extreme Driver, Helena, Stop Fire Extinguishers, Mac Trailers, Summit Racing Equipment, Optima Batteries, ARP Bolts, Hot Shot Secrets. Follow Atlantic Pro Pulling, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, please check these guys out. They're put on a great show. We're just glad to have you here. Got t-shirts, hats, stickers, earplugs. There's all kinds of stuff down the trailer. Y'all need anything? But then there was one. In the Allen Casey machine, we got the hired gun from Berryville, Virginia, while Allen's playing football. He said, take this thing and run it like you stole it. The leader in points in this class turned down 295.03, which was a good move. From Berryville, Virginia, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brad Roy. Uh-oh. He does have a second attempt. Well, Brad, like I say, he runs that heavy in the other class, but this one's a little different animal. There's a lot going on there. You got to build some boost. You got to give it a little time. You got to finesse it a little bit. You know what I'm talking about. Do a little finessing. Finessing is good. Don't count him out, ladies. Just because he got a little light on the clutch pedal there, that doesn't mean he's not done yet. That's just enough to aggravate him a little bit, so he'll go on and run it like he stole it. He is the last man in the 3.6 class. 3.6 limited street. This is the points leading truck. Just got put together this week. Both rear ends were tore out of it. But everything in it is brand new underneath, except for the engine. Looking for 349.09. Second attempt, Mr. Brad Roy. Well, that looked a little bit different than that 295.03. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just do want to ask you, do you think we have a new leader? Yes, we do. 352 feet, .55, still on top of the points board. Mr. Brad Roy just put Mr. Alan Casey's Dodge into the number 1 spot. Second attempt. 352 feet, .55. Second place goes to Mr. Jefferson. Strasburg with 349.09. Third place, Mr. Jason Lambert, 329. In the number 4 position, Mr. Lee Archer, and bringing up number 5 was Justin Schreiber, who had some engine problems. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to conclude the Atlantic Pro Pulling Show for tonight. We appreciate every single one of you for being out here and supporting Atlantic tonight. Did you have a good time? Would you like to see him come back again? All right. I love it. We're going to move into the 20,000-pound farm tractor class. I think there is 3. I'm telling you, those guys put on a heck of a show for you. Just glad to see them come to the Jefferson County Fairgrounds. That's the first time we've actually got to see some real good fun in a while. They put on a really good show. These guys, they know what's going on here. A lot of work and dedication put into this pulling, the Atlantic Pro Pulling. I know the Moore family, they are all into it. We got a lot of classes left here tonight, so don't everybody just take off now. Don't think it's over. We got the 20,000-pound farm tractors. We have a 7,000-pound street glass trucks, and we also have street stock semis coming. So just want to let you know, this thing ain't over by no means. We still got some good stuff here. Just want to let you know. So don't think it's all done. I mean, you do have time to run up there and get you an ice cream sandwich, I'm sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we get ready for the 20,000-pound farm tractor class. Man, what a show we've had tonight. So I don't know if any of you has ever seen the 20,000-pound farm tractors. They're not real fast, but they are real strong. And there is 3 of them in the class. Normally, you will see one of these guys, once they hook to the sled operator usually has a tough time getting them loaded up. So you'll see them ride them out, moving down the other end of the track, and usually they'll get to the point where it's just like, that's enough. But that's not always the case. It happens that way sometimes, but it's very interesting that something that big, now it bends in the middle, got dual tires, great big machine. And they just keep going. It's like Thomas the Indian. I think I can. Well, we got a little pause for the calls here where we can put some weight in the sled because these 20,000-pound machines, they are hard to stop. Got the Allison sled here tonight, and it's been a real nice evening. Nice, not real cold, wind's not blowing. Uh-oh. Okay. Just learned this. In the John Deere 8640, making its way to the track, ladies and gentlemen. And there again, this is a sport that's not men only. There's men and women who pull in this sport. And there's always a starting point where you have to find something that you can try. Been there, done that. Tried my hand at a few things. In the pulling game, there's always a place that you have to start. This time, this tractor tonight, this is a first-time puller, and it is a female. This is the first time that Mary Gruber has ever been in a pulling vehicle, and this is her first time that she has ever pulled. So making her way, ladies and gentlemen, out of Summit Point, West Virginia, in the 86-440, Miss Mary Gruber. I'm sure Mr. Ross Tab is giving a little instruction here. I see him over a little. Keep going, over a little. They call that the coach. And if you notice, the weight box is almost, by about 230 feet, the weight box is going to be probably topped out. She's still going. She's hanging on to that thing like she's running 200 miles an hour. The weight box is all the way up. It's still going. I'm sure that the downs right now on the pan are starting to move the pan down into the dirt. And she's still going. As I was saying, they're slow, but they keep going. And she's still going. I think I can. She's still going. And as you can tell from the dirt, from about 250 on, the press downs are down and the rippers are in the ground because all the soil is turned up. Give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, her first time, Mary Gruber. .397 feet, .10. And I think if they'd let her go, she was going to run it up and get a funnel cake and then bring it back. Woo, man. Good job. Good job. Everybody's got to have that starting point, and I guarantee you, her heart is beating about 300 beats a minute right now. Especially to be her first time pulling a tractor, first time pulling her, period. And she's done a heck of a job. Then we have Charlie Gray, the track detective. From the county. The Duncan family is well known around the county, and they're well known for Massey Ferguson. So the reason I'm kind of giggling, we got a Massey Ferguson 4840 getting ready to make its way down the track, and the driver says Duncan. So we're going to toss the coins around here to see who's driving it. Somebody's going to drive it, but it looks like it's going to be a Duncan. But at 397 feet, .10 is the mark. And then we have a Duncan. I do have a glasses on there. It does kind of look like maybe that's Jimmy in there, so. But I guarantee you it's a Duncan. Yeah, looks like Jimmy. And it's still going. And the river's just touched the ground at 250 feet. Weight box is all the way up. And it's still going. And it's still going. And it's still going. And we got it loaded up at 396 feet, .32. And that's good enough for the number 2 spot. All right, moving right along here. Here, Clayton Coon from Martinsburg on the 60-30, which I am surprised that he's running this class, but got a nice wheelie going. All right. So what I learned about the two big tractors, that's probably going to be good enough to put Mr. Clayton Coon in the 3rd spot. The two other tractors that made their way down the track, and they were at 397 feet, .10, and 396.32. Evidently, That was all the sled had, and couldn't stop him. So we let Mr. Coon run, and they're going to bring the other two back, and he's going to use the press downs on the pan and try to stop him this time, so we can decide a winner. So for her first time puller tonight, she's going to be a second time puller. She gets to come back. We're going to use the press downs to try to stop them. Well, these things are 20,000 pounds, and they're hard to stop. So at 250 feet the last run, of course, she strung this thing out at 3,987 and some change. The rippers were in the ground at 250 feet with the box topped out. So now they're going to use the rippers, the box, and also use the press downs. Which press downs is two hydraulic cylinders that pushes down on the sled and actually lifts the rear of the sled above the ground and puts everything onto the pan. So Mary Brewer out of Summit Point, a.k.a. Tire, is making her way for her second pass, so she's not a first-time puller anymore. And the distance for her is 397.10. But we're going to see what happens with the sled this time. I just seen the pan drop. The weight box is getting very close to the end. And I'm sure that the rippers are in the ground already at about 175 feet. There goes the butt. The sled just raised above the ground, and that stopped them. .262.12 at about 2.5 miles per hour. Oh no, I'm kidding. That was a good run for the tire slayer. Very Groover. So she can actually go home tonight and say, I'm a second time puller, not a first time, a second time. Y'all ain't fooling nobody. So I guess Jimmy's going to make his way back around. There he comes, sneaking up through the pit area. So now we do have an official distance of 262.12. Hey, Billy. All right. second pass. And this actually, these two, they're going to battle out first and second. And this plate team will actually be third. They actually couldn't stop them. They left the sled set. It was the first time for this team. And now they really put the stuff on it this time to be able to stop these two. As you can tell, the engine just came down. If you can see the track, about 170 feet, the rippers are in the ground. And if you watch the rear tires on the sled, about where this telephone pole is, the rear tires are going to start coming off the ground on the sled itself. There they go, right there. So everything that they got is on the pan. And the Massey Ferguson is actually walking the dog right now. I think I can, and it's still going. Now, I don't know that he has anything left for it, unless he starts applying the brakes. It's going to stop here in a minute. You can believe them berries. Done. There it is. 312 feet, .78. That's going to be your winner for the 20,000-pound farm tractor class. Second place goes to the tire slayer, Mary Brewer. And then the third place would be, no. He should be third. So Mr. Coon will be in the number 3 position. So, I'm going to move right along into the 7,000-pound stock gas trucks. I need to take a pause for the cause here. So we're going to move right along into the 7,000-pound stock gas trucks. Stock gas truck. We're going to change things on the sled so they can run these 7,000-pound trucks. They got this thing a little heavy for that 20,000-pound class. So once they take a little weight out of the box, we'll go ahead and get this thing started. We'll move right along here. back up this set of stairs here. Fire this thing off of the 7,000-pound street gas trucks. Oh, let me repeat that. Stock street gas trucks. My version back in the day of stock used to be a little different. They always said there was only two kinds of truck and tractor pullers out there. There's only two kinds. No matter what class you're in, there was only two kinds. That was always cheaters and losers. So a lot of the guys, you're only cheating if you get caught. And that was the thing back in the day. I see Big Charlie walking around here. I'm sure little Charlie's got the fair motor in it tonight. No, I'm kidding. Stock gas truck. Yeah. I always tease little Charlie about the fair motor. He gets upset sometimes. It is not a stock. Oh, man, come on. I always try to have a little fun with him. I'd like to thank everybody for hanging with us all week. I tell you, the fair is just about ready to wrap itself up here tomorrow. Usually after the fair, I always think it's like the end of summer because fall's right around the corner. So this is always like the last hoorah for the hot days in the summertime. But it's always a good time. See a lot of people you haven't seen in a long time. You get to talk to them. And some of my friends that come out here, I always see them once a year. So it's always a good time when you come to the fair. And we got Chad, sun's out, guns out. So he's walking around. He got his fancy wife beater on and looking for a jacket. You know damn well it's cold out here. But anyway, we're going to move right back into it. We got a little bit more to take out of the box and we'll get this thing underway. Good time to take a pause for the calls, get you something to drink, a sandwich, funnel cake, something. Cheese or grilled cheese sandwich, who knows, man. We got it all up on the hill. Chicken tenders, man, you get everything. Baked potato fries, potato chips, you can get it all. Hey, whatever. Not picky. Shoot, last night I got cold. I found a cup of coffee. It was pretty good. Hey, we got it here. There again, we'd like to thank you guys for coming out again tonight. Show's not over. We got a couple more classes here to run. Tomorrow ain't a school day, so we can hang out for a while. I left kind of early most of the week, though, because it was like a school week. Had to get out of here, but it wasn't too bad. But a good week. I think we just about got the sled where it needs to be. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get this thing underway. Making his way to the track. He hails out of Berryville, Virginia in the 1986 Dodge W250. Running 630 cubic inches under the hood. No, I'm kidding you. In the stock class. No, I'm kidding you. He's running a 360 small block. Calls the trunk. How about this? Gray area. Yeah. I remember back in the day with the lawn tractor days, we should have called ours gray area. Ooh. A little sketchy. But he's going to be our first puller tonight in the 7,000-pound street gas trucks. Making his way out of Berryville, Virginia. Going to make sure that you got to pay the toll after midnight to get back into the VA state. Mr. Charlie Gray. Wasn't quite sure what that last noise was right there at the end. He is the first puller in the class, but I am pretty sure he's going to take that. Alfred says yes, that's a go. I got a thumbs up. So, all right. 301.45, 301.45. And that is the distance, and he has set the mark for the class. Looks like about a 79 F-250 out of Martinsburg, a 78. I seen it on the paper. That was after I looked at the truck. Not bad. Making his way out of Martinsburg, West Virginia. Looking for 301.45 is the mark to beat right now. Getting the chain tight. Rollers are done. We got the okie dokie and the green flag. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bruce Cole. All right. Wise move. Pushed the clutch in before he broke up a bunch of parts. He didn't get it shut down before 100 feet. He does have a second attempt to get the sled moving. So they'll back him up and he'll have his second attempt. We'll try to keep from hanging all the guts out of it. He's getting it back in. They're getting ready to have his second attempt. It was definitely a wise move of pushing the clutch in so he didn't splinter it all up, because that'll get in the checkbook come tomorrow morning at the Napa store. Yes, Dean. He's got the green flag. Out of Martinsburg, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bruce Cole. And a little gentle start. Now he go and get after it. There it is. Ding, 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 ding. That was a very wise move, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have to give him some pulling 101 there to get that arm in the window. That'll get you a big DQ. We'll let you slide. We'll let you slide. All right, 231.33, 231.33. If Mr. Charlie Gray can hear me, I'd like to find him. All right. In a 1982 Chevrolet K20, looks like a short bed truck. I just got a little glimpse of it, which is a little unusual, but he hails out of Martinsburg, West Virginia. Right, nice looking truck, square body. They got the track rolled in here. Everything's good. Got the green flag out of Martinsburg, Mr. Tim Radford. Wow. So now that I've just heard what little bit I heard, this is probably a turbocharged LS something. You know, 5360 something. It was getting ready to make a whole bunch of power. But with the stiff suspension and that short wheelbase, probably not a wise choice for a pulling vehicle, but that's okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I hate to do this, but I need a pause for the cause and need to stretch my legs actually here for a few minutes. But I'm going to hand this thing over to Mr. Charlie Gray, and I appreciate y'all listening to me run my mouth here for a couple hours. And I'm going to hand this thing over to him. He's going to finish me out. I appreciate everybody coming out to the Jefferson County Fair, and I will be back tomorrow night for the egg toss. Don't miss it. It's a big deal. For real.
Oh, hoppity hop, second attempt. Y'all give it up for Mr. Mike Bird. Grew up listening to him and old Mr. Billy Kramer back in the day. Give one for him. Hey! There we go. No more. They're done. Cutting it off. Jim Radford, I think that was his second attempt. I think he's going to be done there with, what we got here? His official distance is 52.46. Next one coming up. 2000 Chevy GMC, GMC Sierra, 2005, out of Inwood, West Virginia. Ethan Keys. 6-liter LS powered unit right there. 355 feet, 0.45. Definitely taking over the number 1 spot. Luckily, there's a little bit more room down there at the end of the track. He's going to take over the number 1 spot. Coming up next is a name that I haven't been able to announce in a long time because he's been parking his truck and he's come out here, I guess, with a daily driver. Just from right up the road. Mr. Jim Wysong coming out next with his 97 Chevy. I don't know if this is a 5.7 unit or if it's got a 454 under the hood. I believe this is the one he used to pull his trailer with all the time, back when he was running the 6200 interstate class. Mike said it's a 454. Well, he better hope he can beat that stock 360 that was just out here a little bit ago, made 301. And he's got a long, tall order to go after that 6-liter LS. Clear track, green light on the sled, green flag on the starting line. Jim Wysong bringing it on out here at the Jefferson County Fair. Nice quiet running unit. Got a little bit of exhaust leak. The old Terminator getting down on her. Oh, I think he's going to stretch it up past that 300 mark by a little bit. 317 feet, 0.38 for Jim Wysong. Good enough to put him in the number 2 spot. Coming up next, we got a cheering crowd standing back here behind me up here on the announcer stand. This man just turned 50. Mr. Mitch Grove from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, out of running a 1970 Chevy called Old Blue. Last year he bought his own carburetor for the first time in 30 years, 50 years. Dug it out of the weeds. It's got plants in the back of it still. Looks like he needs to call a hedge trimming company. But I'm digging it. What is that, a big block Chevy 454? Getting ready to make his trip down the track here at the Jefferson County Fair. Get that chain tightened up. Green flag. 3 feet, .02, not quite enough to knock off that small block Dodge, but good enough to put him in the number 4 spot. Hey, y'all know he's 50? Announcement here, Jimmy Duncan, Clayton Kuhn, Mikey Duncan, Jake Reiner, and Stuart Ware. Could you please come to registration? Coming up next, out of Boyce, Virginia, driving a 1978 GMC, running a 396 big block Chevy, 4-speed manual transmission. Had a real good run down at Berryville last week at the Clark County Fair. This is a retired 6,200-pound truck back in the days of the glory days of the 52s. Mr. Terry Bowden, all the way from Boyce, Virginia. Got a green flag on the track, green flag on the sled, and here comes Terry. Nice smooth launch there for him. Look at around the Oh, he got me this time. He didn't have that big old bumper on there last week. Ladies and gentlemen, do you think we got a new leader? 360.89 feet, taking over the lead by just over 5 feet. Mr. Terry Bowden got me this guy. He is your new leader. He didn't have that big old bumper on there last week. Ladies and gentlemen, do you think we got a new leader? To go in this 7,000-pound stock street class. Next man out on the track from Middleway, West Virginia, driving a 2014 Ram 2500, 6.4 Hemi power unit. He got his big tires on this week. And he showed me his tailgate earlier tonight. So I know what he's got going on there in the bed. A man that probably needs no introduction here in the Jefferson County area, Mr. Billy Dotson. Green light on the sled, chains tight. Now you turn her loose. Got the big tires on tonight so you can get some track speed. Oh, not quite up against the rev limiter. Fox is catching him. See how far he stretches it on out there. He's going to be close to Terry. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at 368.77, we got another new leader here tonight. We got 2 more trucks yet to run. One that I know is a darn good running truck. As long as he can keep the connecting rods in it, we'll have a good run on this one here again tonight. Driving a 2002 GMC 2500 HD, a truck that he calls stockish. Been in a ride in this unit. I've seen it do burnouts all the way through high gear. Running on the old E85 pump gas from the sheets. Mr. Blair Ryman out of Martinsburg, West Virginia with his turbocharged 6-liter LS. The turbo on this unit's darn near big enough you can stick your head in it. We were up at Williams Grove a couple years back. The announcer up there said, man, if that was a Duramax, I'd buy that truck. Hey Blair, there's a wall. .52 feet letting out of it. Good thing he did. Had a real good run there. He takes over the #1 spot for sure. As y'all heard it hit second gear. That may have been third actually. Seat now too. Hey, but there's a wall. Finishing out the night here at the Jefferson County Fair in the 7,000-pound street gas class. Final truck. Running a 1987 Chevy, or 80 Chevy. With a turboed LS unit under the hood. From Summit Point, West Virginia, Mr. Hunter Bush coming out. Long way to go to get over that #1 spot. There's a wall there in between it too. He won this pull 2 years ago here. Inched me out by about 8 inches. chain tight, green light on the sled, green flag on the track. Bring it on out, Mr. Hunter Bush. Hard when you get a bounce going, hard to get it out of the run. Finishing out the class, 297.58 feet. So your win's going to go to Blair Ryman tonight. He won it last year. Second place is going to Billy Dotson. Third place goes to Terry Golden. Fourth place, Ethan Keys with his good running stock Chevy truck. Fifth place is going to go to Jim Wysong. Sixth will be me. Seventh is going to go to Hunter Bush. Eighth is Mitch Grove. Ninth will be Bruce Cole. Rounding out the top 10 is going to be Tim Radford. Classic trucks there tonight. We got street semis yet to run. Don't go anywhere. We got to load the sled back up. Give a quick thanks to our track crew out here tonight. Alfred Owens and Brian Owens. Craig Owens, I know, is out here somewhere. Then we had Nathan Miller and Mikey Duncan, I think, is in the roller tracker now. Dwayne Ford was out here earlier. That's just off the ones that I can see right now. I don't know who else was out here, but loading this sled back up, getting all the weights back in the box, resetting the accumulators. Transmission on that sled's got 5 speeds to go run that box forward. They were down in first gear for us there in the street gas class. We'll probably be up in probably about 3rd or 4th. Get that box to top out a little quicker. They're up there somewhere. That's all that matters. You got them close. How many you got to drive? 3 of them? Jimmy's got a full field tonight. He's got 7 trucks in the class, and Jimmy Duncan's running 3 of them. Got 3 Duncan trucks. Got 2 from Ross Tabb, Desiree Crampton, and Carl Reiner. rain holds off, it's supposed to come in through the night, or maybe go ahead and get on out of the way. Because I have 7,500 to 5,500 pound farm stock tractors running tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. And about 7 o'clock, we're going to be out here running dirt drag, side by side, 200-foot dash for the cash. We're running the 4.0 trucks, the 3.9 trucks. I believe there's a quarter-ton class, and I know we're running semis and dump trucks. They're actually worth watching. Running everything off of a Pro tree, just like at a drag strip. Some of the trucks that run in that 3.9 class will be getting close to that 70-mile-an-hour mark. I know we had them 68.8 and 68.9. That's pretty darn close to 70. Last week down at Clark County Fair. But here we go, rolling into the 20,000-pound street semi class. Mr. Jimmy Duncan, the master of the Jake brake. Old Peterbilt with a good running 60 series Detroit under the hood. Probably one of my favorite engines on the road. Between that and the N14 Cummins, they're pretty hard to beat as far as fuel economy and reliability. And they ain't too expensive to fix, unlike a Caterpillar. Pedal step there, real good. Flagged them there at the finish. I don't know if they're going to reset the sled. $376.25 feet. Are we resetting the sled? Or are we going to let it go? See what they're going to do. I don't know if Jimmy's just going to back it on up and re-run. They're going to reset this sled or not. Because there's one sitting back there in the pits that I know is pretty hot. Probably one of the largest cubic inch engines that you'll see here tonight. Matter of fact, probably the largest cubic inch on the grounds all week. That big V8 Massey that four-wheel drive truck or tractor that Jimmy was driving earlier had a 903 Cummins. The only thing bigger out here tonight is that KT 1150 and that good-looking KW cab over. Tighten it up. We're going to tighten it up. So Jimmy's backing right up. Going to hook to it again. Series 60 Detroit was actually a conglomeration engine between John Deere and Detroit. John Deere originally built it as a 12.5. It was an overhead cam mechanical injection engine. Robert Penske was majority owner of Detroit at the time. He got a hold of it, put essentially a high-pressure common rail fuel system in it. It's got unit injectors in it with a common rail fuel system into the head. Unit injector meaning that it's firing off the camshaft as the cam comes around, the rocker actuates the injector. Detroit has used that type of an injector for a long time, basically since the beginning of their existence. Electronically controlled rack control. The first one was pretty tiny at 11.1. The one that really put them on the map was the 12.7. And it was later replaced by the 14 liter, and that was about the time that it got into EGR control and all that mess. And then we got to Tier 4 emissions, and that's when the Series 60 was no longer emissions compatible, and it went by the wayside. But it's one of the most sought after engines in glider kits for the fact that it can get about 6.5, 7.5 miles to the gallon, sometimes even closer to 8. And those single digits may not sound like a lot, but when you're pumping 200 gallons of fuel to it over a 14-hour period, that goes a lot longer than that 3 or 4 miles to the gallon. Connecting rods in these things are so big, when you go to pull the engine apart, you actually got to pull the liner out with the piston from the top. That way you got a lot of bearing surface area. Only engine to ever come from the factory with a 1,000,000-mile warranty. And they guaranteed it for 1,000,000 miles, and I've been in quite a few of them that had 1.1, 1.2, even up to 1.5 million miles on it. You can still see the cross hatches in the cylinder walls. Setting those rippers a little sooner, probably putting it up another gearbox. I don't know if they added another weight or not. I can't really see what's going on. There's a big old tower with speakers in the way, but we got a green light on the track, green flag. Jimmy's bringing it on out again to see if he's going to grab another gear. Oh, yeah. One of these in the low silence gearbox, every 4th and 5th. I thought they'd tighten up. So with a reset sled, 367.47, he actually went just about a quarter of a foot, about 3 inches further that time. He was getting down there to that nice little hippity hop there at the end of the track. And that's when you start tearing stuff up. Ask me how I know. I took another axle out of the old Dodge. But it loaded itself on the trailer, so I'm happy. I'm going home. I imagine he's probably keeping that run. We're leaving the sled set, just running out. There's only 6 more to go. And there's only one more that I think is going to get anywhere close. We're going to go ahead and go on to the next truck. This is Bronx Tag from Kearneysville, West Virginia, just up the road here with the Wild Tab Sons Farming. He was out here earlier with that good running 4430 in the 18.5 class. I don't know what's under the hood of this old Louisville. I don't know if it's an old Cummins. Maybe a Cat. Looks like it's a short hood 8000. Good, nice smooth takeoff for him. Coming on down the track. Got darn near everything he could out of that old Louisville. Nice 286.08 coming on down the track. And it stayed together to go back to work tomorrow. I know it says farm use on the side of it, so it probably doesn't leave the farm too much. Motor operator back here jockeying hitches around. We got to get them off the truck that just pulled, hook it onto another truck. Clicks into the fifth wheel and rides on the back of the frame rails. The trucks that are spring ride, well, they're stuck at their height that they're at. The air ride trucks, if you really wanted to, you can pinch a line or you flip your levers on your air ride, try to get it to throw a little more axle pressure. Got another Duncan truck coming up. This time it's a Freightliner. It's actually a single axle truck. Jimmy told me this is another Series 60 Detroit and a 10-speed. So you might be lacking a little bit in traction without having that second drive axle, but that hitch is hanging way back. Going to give a lot of leverage onto it. Really pull down hard on that rear axle. Hopefully it'll actually work in his favor. A green flag on the track, green flag here on the top end. A little bit quieter running unit. Jimmy run alongside of the truck. Now who's in the seat? Cheese on her face. Bobby Joe Schwartz walking it on out there. That single axle truck putting in the work. They're going to stop her now. $362.75 feet, good enough to take over the number 2 spot. Big old grin on her face when she went by. talk a little bit about this truck coming up next. The K100 cab over Kenworth. Sorry, a little bit of cheeseburger left in my mouth there. Old K100s ended their life in 1996, long before some people were even born. Now that I know that this kid up here next to me was born in the year 2000, kind of makes me feel old. But Mitch is 50. Anyways, this truck coming up is running a KT 1150 Cummins. This engine was actually built originally for Komatsu bulldozers. That's where the K series designation comes from. .1,150 cubic inch. The KT Cummins could have gotten it in a KT 400 or a KTA 600. Maybe it was actually 650. 400 horse KT was only turbocharged, the other being KTA, turbocharged and aftercooled. And I believe this one's actually got twin turbos stacked onto it. It's making its trip for the first time in a few years down the track tonight. From across the river over into the Maryland area, I believe it's in the, I guess you'd say Boonesboro. Maybe not quite, right? Yeah, I'd like to have the information on who's coming out. I'm just winging it up here tonight. Driving a 1981 Kenworth K100 cab over. Making that long trip from Boonesboro, Maryland, Miss Desiree Crampton. That light gray smoke generally means a decompressed engine, but it's probably not. Got a lot of fuel running to it. The more fuel you start pushing to them at the low RPMs, they're not going to have near as hot of a fire. It's going to go from gray to black here in a little bit. Now she gets it revved up and comes out on that clutch. So Alfred, you might want to start stepping back already. Good luck letting back the air by the wall. That green flag was Desiree Crampton. Tad low on the boost there off the start. A real good run for her. Good enough for the number 3 spot at 348 feet, .77. Good run for her. onto the track next. Driving a 1985 International cab over. That's a 9670 generation. That's after the Transtar 2. More than likely, he's got a 855 Cummins under the hood. Go under the whole cab. We're sitting on top of that engine. Shifter's coming up out of the back of the transmission hump, more or less out of the back of the cab, and comes forward. But all the way from Leetown, West Virginia, Mr. Ross Tabb with his 85 International. Going to beat his Louisville. I believe he will. He's going after that Freightliner. Oh, he's got a good hook there. Flagged him early there. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new leader at 375.41 feet. He had that little short wheelbase unit just hooked up and going. That's proof that it ain't always about speed, especially when you're in these heavier classes like this. He's going to beat his Louisville gear and stuck with it instead of trying to drag race it on down the track. I believe he will. He's going after that Freightliner. Oh, he's got a good hook there. It's a good run for Ross Tabb. He certainly beat his Louisville early there. Almost a mile. Actually, by almost 100 foot. Just a few more to go. We got to get them hitches switched around. Next truck out should be another Duncan unit. Takes a little bit. We only got 2 hitches, maybe 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 hitches on these trucks. It takes a little bit to get them shuffled around. When you only got 1 loader, it does add that extra little layer of time to it. Looks like Jimmy dropped that first hook there in that Peterbilt when he run 367.25 and then again 367.47. Or is he taking the hitch off? I see he put his work lights on in the back now, so. Hey, you're cool out there in the pits, revving your truck up. Why didn't you pull it? Or are you going to race it tomorrow? It's probably too slow, so just leave it out there. Where was your truck? They want me to tell you, nice 3rd gen. Again, we're running them dirt drags here tomorrow night after the farm stock classes, 55 and 7,500 pound classes. Potomac and Shenandoah Antique Club up on the hill says they're going to bring their sled down to get these tractors shut down, and I hope they can. Got about 400 foot of track here to work with, so should be a good time there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And then at 7, we're going to bring out the dirt drags. Like I said, running the quarter-ton class. That'll be your Rangers and S10s. That'll be your Jeep Cherokees. I know there's one that's got a pretty good healthy shot of giggle gas on it. Roll right into the 3.9 and 4.0 classes. The 4.0 class cannot run any faster than 4.0. 399 and faster, well, just what it says. They'll be down around, some of them trucks are running 3.3, 3.4, 70 plus mile an hour. Even in the 4.0 class, you're reaching close to 60 if you're right there on that 4-second dial. And then we'll be racing some semis and street dump trucks and whatever else. So most of these trucks you see here tonight will probably be back here again tomorrow night racing. Last I checked the weather, it looked like it was going to be raining in the morning. Probably move on out of here about 10 o'clock. I'll check it again now. We got Jimmy Duncan coming back out with the long nose Pete. This will be his official pull in this first run. We're going to have a pull-off tonight between, I'm assuming, 2 Duncan trucks and the Tab truck, and I don't know if Desiree's gotten into that pull-off or not. And I know we got a couple more still yet to run. We got a Volvo and a slope nose Pete sitting back here. So taking his third shot at the sled now with the sled bin reset. Jimmy Duncan bringing her around out with that old Peterbilt with the Detroit under the hood. Jimmy just run 300.89 or 380.89 feet. That's going to put him in the pull-off. 2 more trucks yet to run in the class. Carl Reiner and another Duncan truck. There's a Volvo yet to run. Got a little DD12 in it. It's actually running automatic. Yeah, coming up next is another Duncan unit. This is the Volvo that they have, a little DD12 with an automatic. And we're also waiting to get run with Carl Reiner. He's getting a hitch put in his truck right now. That should round out the first round of the pull. From my understanding, we got a pull off between Jimmy Duncan and Ross Tabb. Yep. That's it. That's what happens with an automatic in a road tractor like that. It shifts up. It says, hey, I got too much of a load on me. It tries to shift down. But when that load is a weight, Jimmy's, get back in the truck. It was moving right along there. But I'm pretty sure he's going to get last place at 169.8. It's okay, Jimmy. So 1 to go in this first round. Got himself a hitch finally hooked up onto the back of this truck. Probably one of the newest road tractors out here tonight. The 2012 Peterbilt 386. Making his way out of Martinsburg, West Virginia, Mr. Carl Reiner. Off into the track is clear. You got a green light on the sled. Green flag there from Cliffy. Trying a hero here. I got a feeling we're going to have another one in the pull-off. Yes, we are. 381.85, good enough to put them in the pull-off. It's going to be, I guess, a three-way pull-off. Carl still's got the hitch in his truck. Jimmy's still got the hitch in his truck. I think they just got the hitch switched back over to Ross Tabb's cab over. Looks like they only got 5 weights in the box, so they could add 2 more, 3 more in there. Heavy it up just a little bit more. Go ahead and hit them rippers a little sooner. Going into the pull-off, Ross Tabb said, hey, I'm ready. I'll go ahead and get on out here. Running his 1985 International. Going into the pull-off. Alrighty, so bringing her on out for the second time in this pull-off now. Back to that pivot gear and stick with it. See how far Ross can walk it on down through here. Got the window hanging there, arm hanging on the window, cruising the streets of Lee Town. At 270.84 feet is the mark to beat here for the pull-off. Old International, just nice and quiet. Doesn't look like it's got any type of rough tread tire on it or anything. Ready to go to work. Jimmy making his way to the truck. So for the 4th time tonight, you'll see Jimmy coming back out in this Peterbilt. Sled's set quite a bit heavier now. You can't be fooling around shifting gear, taking time to shift gears. You better be quick at it if you're going to do it. Right down. One more time, Jimmy. Thank you. Wind her up and bring her on out. There we go. Quick shift there into the next gear. Still walking it on out there. Had to flag him again. 379.31 feet. And had to flag him short. Are we going to go into a double pull-off? Because Carl had a real good run in his truck. He was right out there with him. We might get to see Jimmy running for a 5th time. Got to get out there to the 280 mark. Carl Reiner with his Peterbilt, 389 out of Martinsburg. Don't toy with the throttle, just give her all it's got. Had to flag him too. Does that mean we're going into double pull-off? So for sure, Ross Tabb's going to come home with a third place finish. Bobby Joe Schwartz is going to have fourth. So yeah, Desiree should be coming in fifth here tonight with that K100. Ross Tabb with his L8000 or L9000 Ford would be sixth. And Jimmy with his automatic Volvo would come in seventh. So we're going to run them back one more time between Jimmy Duncan and Carl Reiner. We've got to get down to this final two. Double pull off now. We got to figure out who's going to be first and who's going to be second. We flagged them both at the finish line. One run 379 and flagged it. One run 377 when he got flagged. If it was a case of split the money, I'd say split it. When that trophy's involved, that big old trophy looks good on my mantle that I got here a couple years back. I want to know if I got first or if I got second for sure. We're going to get to see Jimmy run 5 times tonight. All right, we're going to have a preview for tomorrow for you. Sledman said, I can't do no more. He can't stop him. He's all he's got in the box. All he can do with the rippers, no different than what we just had earlier with them 20,000-pound four-wheel drive tractors. So now, we're going to get the sled out of the way. We're going to give y'all a preview for tomorrow night. Carl Reiner and Jimmy Duncan are going to line them up side by side down there at the starting line. They're going to drag race, probably around to the 200 mark, I hope, to Alfred. Alfred is the deciding factor. Throw the flag at him. They're going to drag race side by side all the way to Alfred. Winner of the drag race is going to be your winner tonight in the truck pull. Second place is going to be second, of course. And as Jimmy said, I'm going to prove to you that I'm going to win that trophy tomorrow night for that dirt drag. This big talk from a little man and see if Carl Reiner's got something to back it up with. We're going to see if Jimmy's going to live up to his name as Jake Brake Jimmy. He loves to run that Jake Brake between gears. Hey, bring the golf cart back. Boss lady said so. All right, so the Battle of the Pete's. 2002 versus the 2012. Got all the chicken hauler lights on them. Going off of an arm drop. Old school, JJ the Boss style. Root starting, Timmy starting. Timmy starting them. Make sure they're lined up bumper to bumper. Hell, I got a big old chain on my trailer. You want to just hook them chain to chain and see which one drags them around? I hear somebody want to do that. That'll really tear up stuff. All right, so Timmy's starting them. Arms are down, they're off. They're neck and neck, bumper to bumper. Oh, Jimmy got the jump. Carl must have missed his shift. So your winner tonight is going to be Jimmy Duncan. Second place going to Carl Reiner. Right, that's so a preview for tomorrow night. We're going to be doing that for quite a while. Side by side drag racing action. Bumper to bumper. Oh, Jimmy got the jump. So congratulations to Jimmy Duncan for first place. Carl Reiner coming in second. Ross Tabb taking up third, and Bobby Joe Schwartz taking up the fourth place. And fifth is going to go to Desiree Crampton. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of everybody here tonight, hold on. Drivers of the truck, semi-truck class, please come down to registration. We're pretty sure we got payout for you all the way down to the last place, which Jimmy Duncan's going to get. Again, that's Jimmy in first, Carl in second, Ross Tabb third, Bobby Joe fourth, Desiree fifth, Ross Tabb coming in sixth again, and Jimmy rounding it out with this little Volvo. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming on out here tonight and supporting the Jefferson County Fair. Make sure you come on back again tomorrow. Last night of the Jefferson County Fair. Come early so you can support the livestock auction and the 4-H kids. They're the reason that we even have a fair. Drive home safely. Your save might be mine.